Okay, just doing a sound check before we get started. Okay, it's not quite time to get started yet. We got about 90 seconds. Greetings, folks. Welcome to the pre-stream. How are you? How are you doing? Hopefully all right. Health is good and spirits are even better. At least that's what I hope the net sentiment is. Mine are better than they were yesterday. Wasn't a deep depressive slump or anything, but when I know my headspace isn't in a good place, that's not what I want to share with you guys. Like, there's being real and then there's just being a downer. Being a downer isn't great. Being real is fine. Fake sucks. I don't like showing fake. But then there's getting too real, too. Alright, greetings everybody, my name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Most people call me Coin. Welcome! Welcome to another episode of Steelrising. Last time on Steelrising. Also, I appear to be a little bit... Yeah, I figured that would probably happen. Hopefully everybody is doing well today. For those who hadn't spoken on the pre-stream yet, I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine. Last time on Steelrising, we wrapped up a good chunk of side quests. We dealt with the... We figured out more about Athenias. Or yeah, it's almost a hard T. Athenias. Then we came over, you know, from a missive or a response sent from the Queen to realize, oh crap, King Louis XVI sent someone to attack them. Finally, maybe. And then we learned something very horrific, and that is, you know, King Louis's own son, his soul got sucked and put into that Titan that was trying to get near the Queen, apparently. And that was a pretty backbreaking revelation for Queen Marie Antoinette. Very, very backbreaking revelation. We also wrapped up, or not completely wrapped up, but we mostly wrapped up Family Affairs, Mirabeau's questline. We still got a little bit more of it left to do, and the DLC opened up to us, Cagliostro's Secrets, which I know very little about, and I hope to be able to do that, to learn alongside you guys, together. Without further ado, let's just... I feel like this is a little bit too high up, ever so slightly. Without further ado, let's just get started. For those who don't know, my name is Coin. I already said that, but I'm going to say it here again. I am a purveyor of action RPGs. I'll play almost anything that isn't horror. I'm not really, I'm not particular. Let me see. How can I slide this? Be like over here. Yeah, something like that. It's gotta be like this. I'm always having issues with this mic, man. Not that it's not working, just positioning it so that you guys can see my face and hear my voice and everything. Make sure, yep. And the mic is coming in through the correct track, right? Yes. So people should be able to hear me as per my audio test. Anyway, what was I saying? I've totally forgotten. Oh no, right. I'm not the biggest purveyor. I probably just need to shift over left, like this, and hope people can hear me. So, yeah, I'm not the biggest purveyor of horror games. I feel like I would need someone next to me to, like, ground me and remind me that, you know, it's okay, your fears are rational. It's a horror game. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I feel like I would need someone to tell me that, because otherwise I'm definitely in my own head when it comes to horror games. But my main focus is on action RPGs, and I've been an off-again, on-again challenge runner. That's just for people who don't know my history or my track record or what I do with games. I'm your Dark Souls, Lies of P, Elden Ring type player. But I'm also very comfortable playing things like Skyrim or Solasta, Crown of the Magister, or Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, or Baldur's Gate 3, which I totally want to finish. It's just, I got a lot on my plate. And my future is really not certain right now. So, yeah, that's kind of who I am in my track record. I've got friends. I need to go and update my friends panel again, because I do have a couple more people that should be on there. But I have waxed poetic and rambled for far too long. It is time for us to start playing this game, and we might as well start with the city. Because once we go to Versailles, that's it. There is no turning back. Montmartre was essentially a soft point of no return. It was like, we're not going to be able to use the carriage for a while, but here, going to the Versailles means we're done with the map. Like, that is a hard point of no return. So it's best if we do everything now. Now I'm going to put the mic a little bit over here. Because my game screen, you guys can't see this. My game screen is like this. If that's making any sense to you. I don't know if I need to boost the gain on the mic so I could sit back further or what. And I have to be careful because I might be in more Zoom calls and everything. Man, these loading screens are long. Did I mention that? So while we're here and it's the start of the stream, the first hour, let me go ahead and tell you about the UI that you see. You know, the stream overlay. So obviously the game panel is the big central part of the overlay. But underneath me, I should be using my left hand here. Underneath me is my chat, Twitch, YouTube. Say hello to each other. We are, in fact, multi-streaming. Then I need to change directions. In the bottom middle of the stream are two indicators. One is for the ending. The other is for, you know, a certain element of the game that it hasn't crashed. It just needs to load. Is a certain element of the game that will become clear, you know, once checkmate starts happening. No, I don't want to use a carriage token. Let's go retrieve the letter, the cachet of letters. Cachet. Oh no, not cachet. I'm sorry, that's cash. Chalk one up to the. You know, I used to say cash is cachet for a while, so it checks out that that would be a mistake I made. I thought it was a loan word for a while, and I guess it is. It's just, I was used to it in a different way, or it was said wrong in front of me my whole life. So that was just kind of the thing that, stuck with me, for better or worse. This should be a very quick trip to retrieve this. And don't worry, Steelrising always does this. It's the Silk engine. It's not supremely optimized for PC or anything. Greedfall, which is a game made by the same developer who made this game, Spiders, also operates on the Silk engine, and it can have startup times like this too, though not quite as pronounced as Steelrising. I'm sorry, you took me through a building just to take me through another building. Game. Nice. We have plenty of alchemical capsules, so once we actually reach, like, the boss, I can start, nice. I can start, using the musket a little bit more effectively. This game, is kind of like Bloodborne. There's melee combat, and there's what I will call non-melee combat. Non-melee combat is exactly what you'd expect. It's not a core emphasis of the game, but it is no less important that you have access to it. Melee combat is by far and large this game's bread and butter. You probably could only use a gun, but it would be very, very hard. And it would definitely be a challenge run, to say the least. Dude, that was not supposed to hit me, but whatever. Any other hanging bags I should know about? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, let's hope it's this building. The apartment of the Lieutenant General of Police. Before that, treasure. Acquire all out. Oh my god. We acquired all the outfits, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We just need to do the same thing with the weapons.
Here's the lettre de cachet that had Monsieur de Mirabeau so terrified. I shall deliver it to him shortly.
I, Victor de Riquetti, Marquis de Mirabeau, request that you escort my son, Honor Gabriel de... Oh my god. Gabriel de Riquetti, Count of Mirabeau, which is what all... Like, basically... I'm not sure what honore means, but I do know that the rest is the name followed by the title. To the dungeon in Vicene. You shall ensure he is returned to the cell that was his, which checks out. He was the main actual real man was also arrested during his previous stay there, and that he remains there for the rest of his life. This immoral subject has been undermining the kingdom's foundational principles for far too long and has sullied the reputation of his honorable family. The real Count of Mirabeau was in fact a very, decadent indulgent man died of complications from a heart attack. Yeah, he died of obesity or obesity-related causes, basically. Which I could very well end up dying the same way. I'm not gonna bother hiding that. Like, obesity is a real killer, people. Don't end up like me or anyone else. Diet, exercise, and I could fix it. It's not easy, but I could do it. Yes, actually let me enter the carriage. I shouldn't have to wait for it to render for it to be usable, but whatever. Anyway, yes, please make sure you take care of yourselves. Your body is your temple. It is important that you maintain it. No matter what religious or spiritual decorum you choose to follow, no matter what doctrine or dogma you engage in, you only have one body, and as far as we're aware, you can either have no soul, or at least one of them. You can only live once. So take care of yourselves. That is the main one related to Mirabeau, and then we could start the DLC. That was a very quick grab. If I had known this, I would have just quickly grabbed the letters and gone from there. Now we get to have Mirabeau be ready for whatever his fate is. In other news, while I'm waiting for the gosh dang loading screen, I am hard at work. For those of you on Patreon or Coffee, I am hard at work on your next episode. For those of you on YouTube, I am also currently at work on the next Dragon Quest 11S episode. I'm in the process of editing some editing like the second half of it right now. Not right now, of course. Sorry, I didn't mean that. What I meant was prior to the start of the stream, I was in the midst of editing that. Like I said, I was in a depressive slump. Plus, you know, the last 2 months have not been incredibly kind to me. I wasn't able to make any content for a month. So I'm asking for everyone's patience, love, and understanding as I get back into the hard schedule of maintaining a content series, maintaining another content series, and streaming, and being a contributing member of society, and making tabletop content for my friends. I'm doing lots of stuff. Lots of irrelevant stuff to my personal life, but it's well, the streaming is relevant. The rest of it, not so much. Well, no. Really, being the productive member is the one that's kind of irrelevant to me. I want to be a productive member of society, no doubt, but as of right now, I'll say this. Humanity has given me very little reasons to believe in it right now. That's really about all I'll say regarding the matter. Also, I still owe you guys a vlog. As soon as I am done editing videos, I will get right on that vlog. You guys will have it soon. I'm not going to make a timeline yet. I'll put that in post. Like, I'll write out that and make a post about it, and then we'll go from there. But I promise you, I am at work on long form. I've even got some short form that I'll be editing after the vlog. Because boy, oh boy, did I find some nuggets in editing today. And yesterday, and the day before. All right, Mirabeau.
Citoyen Mirabeau, here is the letter sent by your father to the Lieutenant General de Police. You were right.
Mon Dieu. So this is what the Coeur had in store for me. A new lettre de cachet with a royal seal. He sentenced me to spend the rest of my days in the Château de Vincennes. to return to the cell where he had me locked up 12 years ago. Those 10 square feet where I lay at death's door for 42 months on end. 14 seasons, spent with chattering teeth, coughing up a bucket full of bile and blood every day.
Wow, such cruelty.
Your own father had you thrown in jail.
Alas, such is the sad truth.
What crime did he hold you to be guilty of?
He disapproved of the follies of the young man I was back then, and my love for a certain someone. A woman whom an unjust law kept me apart from. I was free and besotted with happiness, Aegis. And that was a crime in the eyes of my father, the Marquis. I sullied the Mirabeau name, so he felt it necessary to steal my youth and clap his wayward son in irons.
Was there no trial?
One would imagine. Those damned lettres de cachet. For centuries, a powerful man, whether a king or a father, needs simply put pen to paper, and an innocent man is thrown into prison. The poor soul sees neither judge nor lawyer. In the space of an hour, he moves from the light into darkness, and his cries for help fall futilely on the cold stone of the dungeon walls. I am just one of many victims, whose ranks range from the most famous to the most lowly, from Voltaire and Diderot to the unfortunate children whose dark fates will never be known.
What does this letter matter in the face of the mortal peril that hangs over all the king's enemies?
You must put yourself in my shoes to understand. If the king wins this war, he will send all the brave men here to the scaffold, and I am certain they will climb the steps with their heads held high. But if you hadn't taken that letter, I would have suffered a far darker fate. Louis the Mad would have made it his duty to respect my father's last wishes. But I would rather die, whether a hero or a coward, than return to Vincennes. There is no worse hell on earth than that infernal dungeon. In any case, I must now express my eternal gratitude, even though no words, no matter how eloquent, can express its depth. I owe everything to you, Aegis. You, who've broken my chains forever. Whatever happens now, I will be free to live or die for the nation. As for the Marquis de Mirabeau, that criminal whom misfortune chose as my father, let us consider him dead, shall we? Let him choke on loneliness and regret, once and for all.
Help all the revolutionaries and help Mirabeau solve his family problems. Don't we love getting achievements? Anything else?
Citoyen Mirabeau. Goodbye, Citoyen Mirabeau. And down with the Clockwork King.
All right, now we just have the DLC, and we get a full 3 hours and 30 minutes with that. A little bit more than that, but still, we get a quite a bit of time dedicated to the DLC. Now I have no idea where I'm going. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. I wish that my activity feed had, revealed that to me properly, but thank you. Appreciate it. Because I didn't get an alert for that. Let me see. Is there... It's an event... Oh, and also the YouTube is online, so let's fix that. Really? Is there... Oh, there's probably... Yeah, there's not a sound effect for that. Okay, yep, and I understand why. No wonder people have follow alerts with sound effects turned on. So... The reason that a lot of people don't have sound effects for follows anymore anyway, is that once you get going as a channel, having the sound effect can be quite disturbing. And I might not always be looking at the screen, though granted I probably should have been looking at the screen. I'm over-analyzing the apology. I'm simply sorry that I didn't get to it sooner. Hopefully you're doing well. And if what emote is this again? Thanks for your patience. Now, we are here to deal with Cagliostro's secrets. We need to find Maricourt. I'm hoping that person will give us some identity. Is this game good? That depends. I realize that's kind of a non-committal answer, right? Let's see if I can't adjust this. It's kind of a non-committal answer I'm about to give, but if you like Souls-like or Soulsborne style titles, if you like action RPGs, you will at least like the title once you start playing it. If you're a PC user, I guess even on console, because there were reports of that too, this game is not that well optimized for the systems that it was released to. There can be some choppiness sometimes. So from a performance standpoint, it's certainly not the best. And the combat is fine, but it can certainly be a tad bit clunky. The stiffness makes sense once you take a second and think about, what the game actually is and who the characters actually are. That it does make some amount of sense. But if you don't like somewhat stiff or very slightly stiff controls, you might have a problem with Steelrising. The game is fine. Long story short, the game is fine. It's okay. I like it, but I wouldn't call it necessarily great or trend-setting, but I also wouldn't call it bad. It's not bad. There are plenty of great ideas in here, and as long as you don't choose this game to learn your history from, I think you'll have a good time out of it. Play as little or as much of it as you want. It's fairly linear, so at the very least you're not going to be... No problem. No problem. Yeah, long story short, fine game. It has its issues. Most games do, but I think it's at least worth a play. Maybe wait till it's on sale. That would be my call of order on that. Wait till it's on a Steam sale where you can get it for cheap or cheaper, and you should have a good time. You'll feel like you got what you paid for out of it. The story is, well, at least the story has a narrative framework to base itself off of. Just taking a second and actually talking about the narrative elements of the game. It's not really based on the French Revolution. Like, the characters are there, the motivations are there, and some of the events, actually, really, this kind of takes place in a void between events. I would say the only thing that actually happened here that would probably be reflected in real history would be the execution that'll happen at the end. That definitely did happen. But the narrative elements do sometimes leave a little to be desired, and if you're not careful, you'll miss things. But that isn't any different from some Soulsborne, Souls-like titles, where if you're not paying attention or you don't think to go and check something, a character will just straight up skip quest steps, or you won't be able to get a quest, things like that. Now, we're here at what appears to be a hospital. Let's find out what kind of goodies are here, one, and two, you know, where the heck is this person we're supposed to meet? If anyone wants to know more information about the game, please feel free to type in !, Firebot commands. Let me go ahead and type that now. If you guys want to know, let me back up here. The Firebot commands will show you everything that I have available to you. If you want to know more about the French Revolution in specific, because I always recommend that you don't learn your history through video games. I think it's important you learn it from real sources and real people. You can type in ! French Revolution, and you'll be taken to a Wikipedia summary or a timeline summary of everything that happened. While I don't recommend using Wikipedia to learn your history either, you can at least click on the sources and the citations. You can click on the sources, you can click on the citations, and you can, you know, always type in the French Revolution on Google Scholar, and you'll generally be given some good information. I highly recommend that, as opposed to trying to learn it from this game, from which I would be saddened to inform you that there is no real history to learn from this game either. Just like if anyone's learning their history from Assassin's Creed, don't. It's not reasonable. There are embellishments, and you're not even playing from a perspective of one of the characters. You're not. Not even a little bit. In most circumstances. So, always get your history from the source. Always get a primary source if you can. If not, or, you know, the primary sources are lost to history, okay, get a secondary source like, you know, an article, a scholarly article or something. That's just from my time spent in academia. English is a second language, huh? What language would you say is your primary, if you don't mind my asking? And no problem. I'm happy to provide a recommendation for you at any time. Ukraine. I hope your country finds peace, as always. I wish your country victory in war. And I'm glad you're here with me. Seriously. The world is an awful place right now, and any soul that I can see from war-torn or otherwise ravaged countries is a sight for sore human eyes. You're welcome. Now, let's step foot in this hospital. Oh, I guess before we step foot in the hospital, we gotta pick this up. I, Louis, King of France and Navarre, by the grace of God, declare that the former hospital, I think that is a typo there, St. Louis shall be placed at the exclusive disposal of the Comte de Cagliostro, or the Count of Cagliostro. My foot is tangled in my mic wires. Yay. There he will carry out the research required to produce and harvest the life fluid whose principle he has discovered as he sees fit. So we're this is what was meant by Cagliostro's secrets. So for those who don't know, earlier on in the game, we met, or not met directly, but there was a lot of reference to a man by the name, with the last name of Mesmer. Let me just shift over for a second. Yeah, M-E-S-M-E-R. I really need to make sure I've got the Firebot commands all tallied up after today's stream. And Mesmer was a hypnotist. He was a spirit healer and a hypnotist. And Cagliostro was said, at least in this game, was said to have taken Mesmer's secrets, or as in he found Mesmer's documents and began employing some of the darker arts of hypnotism to accomplish his schemes. At one point, you see a document. There is a codex entry. I think it's a letter that's a correspondence between Cagliostro and King Louis XVI, talking about this exclusive site to perform experiments. So this is that area right here. That's what's in this correspondence, is perhaps the site where Mesmer's secrets will be made known. And we will find out how the animancy or the magic of souls is involved in creating the clockwork abominations we have to fight through. The monsters, so to speak. Go ahead and use this Vestal. I'm gonna trust well, so much for that. We're going to just do a quick bit of inventory management. RPGs, am I right? There's always at least a little bit of inventory management you gotta do in them. Doesn't matter if they're as action-packed as Sekiro or as laid-back as this, or even something clunkier like Lords of the Fallen. You're gonna have inventory management. At least it's not an inventory management simulator. That belongs to a game like Elder Scrolls 4: The Oblivion. The Oblivion? The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. There should be a colon in there. You're pausing often enough in those kinds of games that they are glorified inventory simulators at times. You spend maybe half your time in menus and the other half in the game. Here in action RPG land, I'd say it's probably closer to 75-25. 3/4 of your time you're playing games, and the quarter of the time, or if you're a rambler like me, a third of your time is spent in here. Okay, that's everything. Okay, where are... I had more weapons than this. I had a baton. Okay, I don't know why they're sorted like this. Interesting. Alright, I guess we're just gonna deal with it like this, so... we really don't have anything to upgrade. I guess it's time for stats. So, for anyone who hasn't played this game before, I'll give you a quick overview of the stats. There are 6. There are 6 stats. You have power and agility, which are more or less the same stat. They're just split for different weapon types. Power is for heavy weapons, and agility is for fast weapons. So an example of a power weapon would be a wheel. And an agility weapon, or an example of an agility weapon, would be swords or claws, which is what I'm using. They're primarily an agility weapon. Then for you have 4 other stats, 2 of which relate to general parameters. You have health, or basically durability. It's health. It determines health. It also determines how susceptible to knockback you are. Then you have vigor, which is your endurance stat. It's how much combat stamina you have. It governs your ability to dodge, jump, attack. And it also determines your critical hit multiplier too. It does do that at a soft level. Then you have the last 2, which affect other things. Elemental alchemy affects your damage with it affects your damage with elemental stuff. Fulmination or electricity, frost or flame, all of those fall under this. All your resistances to those types of damages also fall under this. And then finally you have engineering, which affects your loot multiplier. The more you have of this, the more loot you get, up to a certain point. It also affects your armor on a more general level, and your affliction multipliers, so how fast you build up burning, freezing, or fulmination to be electrocuted or electrified. That's it. You only have 6 stats. Everything here. Modules or accessories, basically. And they require a certain number of keys to unlock their full potential, which is 3, level 3. Your weapons can be upgraded up to 5 times. And your healing and the dose of each, how many doses and the amount of healing you have, can also be upgraded up to 5 times. You're starting to sense a trend with this game. One of the things that I guess is different, maybe, compared to other kinds of Souls-like games or ARPGs is this. You can upgrade just about everything in Steelrising. There's not a single thing that can't be, like, actually buffed up in some way on level up. Whether it's your weapons or how much you're healing for with your burettes, and so on and so forth. Conversely, the effect of a level up, which is what's different between this and, say, Lies of P, where level ups matter a lot more, is that here, level ups don't matter quite as much. It's more about upgrades. Your stats still help you, don't get me wrong, but, your stats are only going to do so much, and they increase things very incrementally. I'm talking like 1,000th or 1/10 of a percent, or a percentage point in a lot of cases. This is by design. Spiders, the company that manufactured or developed the game, excuse me, the company that developed the game designed it that way. Everything really is just incrementally, like, turned up over and over again. At least in Elden Ring, or in, Dark Souls or whatever, the turning up of all the stats on a knob eventually does something. Here, your stats hardly do anything unless you've leveled up a massive amount of times. Let's just go ahead and take a look. We know where to go. We want to find find Miracourt. We need to look around, see what's on offer. Okay, we can go that way eventually, just not right now. And I'm gonna go ahead and get this out of the way now while I'm... Oh, Lies is good, but sometimes ... Oh, Lies of P is a great game, but it does have its moments. It can be frustrating. Lysacia. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. That was an allergic reaction to one of the game's hardest bosses. And probably the hardest boss I've fought ever in my entire existence, as far as action RPGs are concerned. Great game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the DLC from, God, I cannot remember the company for the life of me. Hang on. I need to know this for myself. NeoWiz, that's right. I had all but forgotten them. How could I? I know, but when I'm trying to like internalize information for this game, a lot of the stuff from the previous game gets pushed out to the side. Liza P is fantastic, and I would highly recommend it to folks that are looking to get into Souls-like games or action RPGs. It's one of the best. The presentation is super good, and even I think I would go so far as to say, if you want to read the original work that Lies of P is inspired by, The Adventures of Pinocchio, written by Carlo Lorenzini, I would also say that does a good job of recommending the work. Just be aware. Be aware that Lies of P is a dark twist on that tale, whereas The Adventures of Pinocchio is meant to be a children's work. Not the Disney version, that's been, you know, corpo washed, but the actual real Adventures of Pinocchio is quite a dark read. I wouldn't call it gritty or grim by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly not sunshine and rainbows. Now, what was I trying to get out of the way? Ah, right. I do have a Discord. It's free to join. People do not have to join it, of course, but I always like to show my Discord. I work really hard on maintaining it, and I think I've got a pretty great framework for it. I just need to make sure if I'm gonna shill the Discord that I'm not gonna get attacked while I'm doing it. Okay, sorry, had to switch over and type that all out because my two desks are, I need to try to look at this. One desk is over that way and another desk is that way, and I essentially do have to swap between the two if I want to do anything. I'm sitting between them, but I'm not ambidextrous. I wish I was, but I'm not. So managing that is hard. But yeah, I have a Discord. feel free to join. You should already be onboarded if you do. If not, no big deal. It's a pretty quiet server, but I'm always looking to change that. I've got places to post pictures. I've got places to talk about games or real life or what have you. I probably should make a place to shitpost, but that again, that can happen later. And I might need to call it something else. You thought you were gonna be able to get me from behind, huh? I don't think so. And there are so many things I could talk about with Steelrising. You know, the movement upgrades you get, which is something that I'll say not a terrible amount of ARPGs do. They don't have a traversal upgrade system. So if you like the idea of getting movement or utility upgrades, that's yet another reason to maybe buy Steelrising. Is just to experience that. That's like Metroidvania type stuff, you know, Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, or Super Metroid type stuff, Bloodstain type stuff, where you get movement upgrades that let you go back into previous areas. That's not typically something that ARPGs fiddle with too much. Lords of the Fallen is another good example of an ARPG that does this. But you kind of start out with those upgrades already. Like, you have movement tech. You don't get a whole bunch of movement tech. Well, I don't know. Elden Ring also has some movement tech. I guess ARPGs have been doing it for a while, but to also be a Souls-like at the same time, generally the Souls-like games drop the movement tech. Like, they don't put that in the game. Oh, this one means business. Okay. Alright. Really, it's Hoppet's Hall? Oh, I thought it was a typo, but you know what? I guess not. Goes to show you what I know, huh? And of course, there are some fantastic voice actors in this DLC and the base game too, I guess. But the DLC got a certain elderly gentleman, let's say, who is well known in English circles, and voiced a rather prolific NPC in Elden Ring. Or I guess I should call it a boss, but he's like a more prolific character. Ladies, and I'm speaking to you in specific, even though married men are off the market, or at least they should be, otherwise what are you doing? This isn't, you know, what is it, Growing Up Adult or whatever with Charlize Theron? Yeah, not that. It's the chick flick where it details a woman's journey with old high school crush, and when she meets him, it turns out he's married, and she seeks to try to drive a wedge in his marriage, and it doesn't work. It's a mess. Patton Oswalt was a comedian who also played a role in that. I mix up this movie title all the time, but I watched it in theaters. I know what it is. Getting back to my PSA, just because they're off the market doesn't mean you can't look, ladies. or dudes. I'm not judging here. And when I say this man will set your radar off, I mean it. I do in fact mean it. A letter to Joseph Balsamo, Ventimiglia, 13th of December, 1784. 1784. My dear Joseph, I hope this letter finds you in good health. I am overjoyed at your good fortune. Fate had condemned you to live as an adventurer for far too long. I'm happy to know that you will no longer have to use lies, pretend to be enlightened, or claim to be a follower of the Comte de Saint-Germain. So the Count of Saint-Germain? Monsieur Mesmer is a great doctor, and it matters little that that the Academy has rejected his theories. His fortune and fame have also been made. Since you have convinced him, he will share both of these with you, provided that you help him with your honest work to win back his wealthy clientele. Don't hesitate a moment longer to accept his offer and help him perfect his art and his tools. Your friend, Elvere. Interesting. So we kind of... Oh, new guy. Yeah. Nice. So these are DLC specific enemies that we're seeing now. Fine enough for me, I guess. We'll just mow them down. Just like the rest. Huh. Okay, we're still technically up here. So what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna take a break. For those who are new here, I take a break about every hour or so for about 5 minutes. I get up, I go stretch, I'm away from my desk and everything, and I highly recommend that you guys do the same. For those of you on Twitch, I do run some ads, about 90 seconds of ads to be precise, just to kind of, you know, help with the pre-roll and everything for the first half hour. So I'm gonna recommend that you get up and stretch, because I hate ads as much as everyone else does. But if I don't run ads, I don't attract new people either, as weird as that sounds. The ads aren't doing the attracting, but they're keeping the actual garbage ads from Twitch out of my video feed long enough for new people to show up. Which again, I seriously want to thank people so much for hanging out with me. Thank you again for the follow. I really do appreciate it. I enjoy your company. I hope you continue to stick around. And do stay safe out in Ukraine, or elsewhere for that matter. That said, when we were before I go, one other thing. I do have a YouTube, I have a Coffee, and a Patreon as well. I have all three of those. There should be a Linktree link in my profile on the main page. If you go down and look at the bottom right, let me actually... What I'm gonna do is show you guys where this is. That's gonna be way easier. So if you look at the About panel right here, strictly where it says About Coinstamp, if you look there, there's a Linktree link. Just click on that. There are also panels below the stream, but I think the Coffee and Patreon, if they're not on... Nope, they're here, but there is text. The Linktree is just a snazzier way to get to it, that's all. anyway, please go, if you haven't considered following or subscribing, do so. Or, you know, if you haven't already done that, please do so. You do get sweet benefits for following on Twitch. For you guys on YouTube, I'm gonna recommend that you join the Discord. You'll get 90% of your benefits there. And I do need to start posting photos again in the appropriate page. It's gonna take me some time to do, but I will do it. You guys got my word on that one. And with that, I've been prattling for too long already. I will see you guys after this short commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I ended up getting caught in some logistical things. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their extended commercial break. Let's see what happened. What did I miss? I'm here because you saw a game that visually resembles, I'm going to assume that's referring to Lies of P, and in which case I'd say this game is kind of the precursor to Lies of P. Kind of. Different companies, obviously, different ideas, but a lot of people draw comparisons between Steelrising and Lies of P, but I'll say that Lies of P blows this game out of the water. It is way more optimized. Again, this game is not bad. I really want to make that clear. It's just... this is... Steelrising and Lies of P are a pretty apples-to-apples comparison. Pretty apples-to-apples, anyway. And, let's just say that there's a reason why Steelrising is a little bit more forgotten compared to Lies of P. Lies of P got a lot right. Steelrising got some things right. It matters. It's kind of a similar idea, right? Where you're playing through a story, like the story in literature around the topic at hand is very fixed. In the case of this game, it's the literal French Revolution. The events in that are very fixed. It's past history. It happened. Lies of P is about a literary story that was written, a children's tale, but it's also very fixed. You can really only reinterpret it so many different ways, even if you twist everything up on its head and flip it upside down, like Lies of P did. Like, it essentially bears almost no resemblance to the original work at all. It doesn't tell events in the same order at all. This is more like a parallel story. It's like, well, what if all the characters had to unwittingly cooperate with each other because they were being hunted down by machines? It's same bad guy, King Louis XVI, but even Marie Antoinette and her role in all of the things happening was largely removed. Like, it's a difference in presentation. They're different games, but it's enough of an apple-to-apple comparison that I would say Lies of P is the clear winner. It's a good game. I recommend Lies of P, but I'm gonna recommend this game too. I'm easy to please in case anyone couldn't tell. And this game, there are some unique ideas worth exploring further, and I sincerely hope there is a Steelrising 2. The game didn't flop. It just didn't meet well, I guess flopping means not meeting projected sales, which it did fail to meet projected sales. But it didn't do horribly either. It just failed to meet expectations. There's still talk of a Steelrising 2. There's a talk of a Greedfall 2. I don't expect Spiders to be going anywhere as long as it, cleans up what it got wrong. If Greedfall 2 is a flop, if the other games that Spiders is making start more seriously flopping, then we might see the death of stuff like this. Not exactly like this, but anything with Spiders' imprint on it will be gone. Speaking of which, if you guys want to know more information, you can type in !Spiders, S-P-I-D-E-R-S, or it might be just Spider, Or exclamation mark Nacon, Nacon, into the chat if you want more information regarding the companies that published or developed the game respectively. Like I said, I think this game misses some marks, but it didn't fall flat on its face. It's just some things hold it back. Okay, so as long as we go up, down, or sideways, we're probably fine. What we are gonna do is step down here. Nice. So these guys are a little bit more agile, which makes sense. These are DLC enemies. Spiders might have thought, hey, you should probably know how you're playing this game. This is locked. Makes sense. The DLC expects you to know how to play the game, which is completely fair by this point. We basically only have the final boss to deal with, from what I understand, or like the final events. So, expecting the player to know how to play, not a big deal. So what do people think of the game so far? If anybody is happens to be here right now, if people are lurking in the background, that is also perfectly okay. Lurkers are the backbone of any stream. You're more than welcome here. Please don't take my remark as me trying to get you to come out of lurking. I ask engagement questions. It's how I try to entertain people. I'm curious what people's thoughts are regarding the game. I like what I'm playing, but again, my bar for playing games is pretty low. Like I said, I'm easy to please. The game would have to be, like, contrite garbage, complete garbage, just pure garbage for it to be unplayable. Steelrising has redeeming qualities going for it, and it's got some strong presentation. Voice acting is not all there, but again, that goes back to presentation. It's got a strong presentation regarding some things and weaker presentation regarding other things. That's fixable, given time. As long as devs aren't in their own head. Like what happened with Piranha Bytes. One of the lead devs that ended up being in charge for Piranha Bytes was too in his own damn head to realize people just wanted Gothic 4 more. Yeah, Piranha Bytes was the company responsible for that line of games. It was a German game development company, and it closed its doors. And the couple, the man in which is the same guy I was referring to, made a new indie company. I get the feeling that isn't gonna go over too well, because they're in their own heads about how games work, and don't listen to their audience super well. I wish them the best, of course, but I'm not disillusioned. Effects taken from the trader Nicolas de Flandre. De Flandre, former assistant Eugène de Vaucanson's workshop. A cotton shirt, a gray woolen suit, a 9-button waistcoat, a pair of cloth breeches, a silver watch, a cast iron key. Ooh, we got a key, which probably unlocks this back here, doesn't it? This cast iron key found at the registry at the former Hospital St. Louis is without doubt the key that appears in the list of effects confiscated from the prisoner Nicolas de Flandre at the time of his arrest. The document clearly describes this former assistant as a traitor. There is no indication of what the key might be used for. I think I got a pretty good idea. Damn it. Nope, that is wrong. The prison register. It contains an endless list of names. Those of Jacques-Pierre Brissot and Miracourt, because I'm gonna have to hear the name again, appear at the end, followed by the words, distinguished guests. They are not distinguished guests. This is the part where the game shows us they are in fact not distinguished guests. They are prisoners of torture. Just look at all those scratch marks.
The nation would do best to avoid adopting any sudden measures. Major changes would be disastrous for the colonies and the capital alike. The only way to grant slaves their freedom is through judicious reform.
I agree with Monsieur Brissot. The Assembly should proceed one step at a time. To begin, we must first abolish the trade.
Monsieur, I doubt that our enslaved brethren share your laudable forbearance.
Well said, mon père. The colonists are unwittingly sowing the seeds of a bloody rebellion. I predict that they will come to regret it.
For my part, Monsieur le Marquis, I predict that you will not forever fault me for my restraint. I predict you will understand the sacrifice I am prepared to make, and the fight I vow to lead for the good of our cause.
I like the cut of your jib, Brissot. I like the cut of your jib. This quill pen with its ink-stained tip belongs to Citizen Brissot. When Aegis picked it up, she was struck by a startling vision. Brissot was presenting to the Société des Amants du Noir a list of measures to improve the conditions of slaves in the French colony, because of course this game couldn't get any darker, could it? Look, it's based on real history, and the history of French colonies in regards to slaves was not kind. Of course, American history is laudably worse, but you know, it kind of takes a person whose country is steeped in dark history to know what dark history looks like, and it's dark, impossibly dark. Speaking of dark things getting darker, I learned that Trump might issue a national emergency here in the U.S., which means the actual freaking military would be under his, bidding. I mean, they're already under marching orders, but at least they would have the good decency to refuse under common grounds. A national emergency means, that might not happen. Like, you know, it's do or get hanged, literally. And in such a world, whatever resistance the Democrats or other people are thinking about reforming, they got very limited time to do it. They got very limited time to do it. Because it's no longer just you know, constitutional cronies. It's gonna be it's gonna be the military. The military will do what civilian people won't. Okay, good. We have to go down there anyway, but before we do... I had thought that, you know, Orange Cheeto in charge wouldn't need to resort to the military to get his way. That was the whole purpose of, you know, going and having the campaign he wanted to have. But since the majorities are narrow anyway, I suppose it was inevitable that he would decide to do that. That was the rabbit hole he was going to go down. Yeah. I get the feeling I should still flee while there's time, because there's not going to be time afterwards. Don't let your eyes be deceived, people. Know a tyrant when you see one. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm sorry, under what circumstance? Ah, another one. Good God. There's gotta be a lever you can pull, right? Gotta be. This is how usually how these types of gates are operated, is via a pulled lever. Probably up there if I had to guess. Locked. What I figured. That's blocked off too. That is also blocked off. Okay, so the game, the DLC is very good at gating certain things from us. Fine. Totally fine. Completely fine. I feel like there should have been a second name, though. I feel like as soon as we saw Brosseau's name, that should have been added. Maybe Maricourt will add Brosseau's name to all this. Okay, Okay, so we what? Drop down. There's a lever here that we can activate, which will give us a shortcut. Thankfully, we have enough ordinary oil vials that we don't actually ever have to use a burette unless it's, you know, we're about to die. And in which case, you should probably be trying to avoid that anyway. Okay, here's another one. And you've got all this junk down here. This looks like a larder of some kind. I wonder, I was already kind of wondering how dark the game was going to get, but I'm wondering what else besides the slavery arc. Like, how detailed is the animancy or magic of souls procedure going to be, right? That's the question I'm asking, or thinking in my head is, you know, just how severe is that going to be? Are we going to talk about first we vivisect the bodies and then we just rip the soul out? Or do we just rip the soul out first and then it's almost like you're reading an autopsy report? I hope they kept it at a PG enough of a level that we don't get the answer to that. Anything else? A sin in this game is to not look up. Make sure you look up, folks. Or else you're gonna miss things like grapple points. Ventimiglia. Miglia. 14th of February, 1785. My dear Joseph, what have you done that has so frightened the good Dr. Mesmer? You do not mention this in your letter. From your letters, everything seemed to be going well. Please tell me more. What will you do with what he has left you? Will you pursue your common goal despite his decision to go into exile? Think about your future, I beg you. You managed to climb your way out of a rut that I would be sorry to see you fall into again. Be assured, my friend, of my deep affection, Elvire. Balsamo was not a good man, Elvire. He wasn't. That was all an act, a front, a ruse. The Court of Convalescence? The Convalescence Court? Alright. I guess here we are. It is a hospital after all. Probably some kind of nursing home, if I were to put it in more modern terms. Good work, good work. And look, this is a linear title, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't comb the grounds looking for every which thing to pick up off the floor, you will miss out. And FOMO is real when it comes to Souls-likes, ladies and gentlemen. Really real. In fact, FOMO is like the realest thing you'll ever feel on a Souls-like. No joke. Okay. Oh. Okay, we can go this way. Oh, we're running into less linear pathways than normal. Did it really just drop with no items spawning? Cool. Love that for me. I guess if you needed a way back to the, Vestal, you've got it. Now, is this where the iron key is supposed to go? No, of course not. Of course it couldn't be that simple, could it? At what point is the whole Haktua thing okay to speak out on? Or, not speak out, but speak about, talk about. In any way that isn't just like, yeah, this is a thing that happened. It's really not taking long before people are memeing about it already. See, Joseph Rothschild for some of that. But, lightning chain. Is that a new weapon type? This feels like a wheel of some kind. Oh, it's a okay, yep. The massive head of the lightning chain houses a powerful alchemical catalyst that can channel the elemental energy of lightning from the ether. And if we go back and look, yeah, it's the same type. It's a chain weapon. Chains are chain weapons are power related. We don't really have that as a tertiary stat. It's agility. That's the tertiary stat. The rest are all primary and secondary. This is, you have to open the way here. Anything else? Anything else? No? Alright then. Down the steps, I suppose. Back where we should be. Right, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here. You know, where everything is closed off, and the DLC kind of feels like you really just can't go anywhere right then and there. Nice, another place we can't go. But I trust the game will open, the DLC will open back up, you know, at a reasonable pace. For now, we just stay the course. Nice. I worry about U.S. companies, too, to a lesser extent. Just imagine all of the, you know, culturally, like, offensive to, you know, the Republic of Oranges crowd that, you know, once the initial roundups happen, just think of all the other people that they're gonna go after, again, under the guise of a national emergency. I can't, man. It's all too much. I'm sorry, this game is one of those games that gets me in a mood. It really does, and I really can't help but talk about, you know, depraved political nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense, it's very real, and it's gonna happen. The question is, how long? How long does it take before, you know, people start talking about it en masse? I mean, it doesn't take long, surely, because of social media and everything, but, what I mean is, like, on a more local level, not just social media, which a lot of people are tuning out of now, perhaps with good reason. It really does feel like we can't go 100 years as a species without some ideologue winning power and being angry all in one. Because here's the thing, Trump is for himself. He's not going to do anything that isn't in benefit to himself. You would surely hope that outside of the deportations that it's not going to go further, but again, that's how it starts, is you know, declaration of national emergency. I'm pretty sure, I could look this up, and I will do so over break. I'm pretty sure if I went and looked at if Hitler declared a national emergency or something similar to one, and then all the bad stuff followed, you know, that would be a sure as all heck sign that bad things are coming.
Come then, you damned pile of scrap metal. You don't frighten me. If my time is up, then so be it. Do your job, and fast.
You are mistaken. I am simply responding to your call. I have come to help Citoyen Brissot and take him back to his friends from Place Saint-Merry.
You're too late, pretty puppet. They've just taken him to hand him over to the Count's executioners. There is no doubt about that. And I will suffer the same fate if you don't free me from this cell immediately. The key must be here somewhere. I thought I had it jingling earlier. De grâce, hurry!
Okay, can we wrap around, or... Okay, this would have been his cell. I think if I were playing Elden Ring, I wouldn't be in quite so much of a mood to talk about this, but the events of revolutions are hitting a little too close to home right now. And I'm sorry for not being more chatty, but I'm trying to ratchet my own mind back from discussing more unsavory topics, or more unsavory thoughts on the same topic even. Okay, what's this? A notice to assistants. Unlike the Titans, the smaller automats obey only one order: to destroy all living things, all living creatures. This is why the weaknesses of the protective bracelets I gave you must be repaired in all urgency, as the effects of this artifact are far too short-lived. Time is running out. The king refuses to see the danger, and I fear he will launch the attack before we have assured your safety. So I would encourage you to focus on this matter and this matter alone. Cell key. A key found near the cell of Anne Joseph Maricourt. Yeah, I'm gonna get it right eventually. At the former Hospital St. Louis, the young woman, a victim of her own courage, threw herself into the lion's den. All the modifications made in secret to this building seem to have only had one aim: to make it the cruelest, most inhumane prison in the kingdom. Metal bracelet. This metal bracelet found at the Hospital St. Louis bears only the inscription Aegis. It is warm to the touch and emits a barely perceptible pulse, as if it contains some mysterious form of energy. For what purpose could this artifact possibly be used? You're gonna have to tell me. Maybe we'll learn more if we free Brissot there.
Dieu soit loué. I am indebted to you, my pretty puppet.
Don't celebrate too soon. You'll have to return the favor presently. But first, my name is on this bracelet. Do you know what it is, or why it bears this inscription?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Aegis. The mighty shield and scourge of Zeus. Of course. A shield. This was for Cagliostro's men. When he still had human accomplices. Take it. If I'm right, it will protect you from the machines that have taken over the hospital.
And if you're wrong?
Then we will need to reconsider our strategy. Assuming we are still of this world.
Our strategy? What strategy?
The one we shall use to free your friend Brissot.
Do you think he's still alive?
There is no doubt about it. But compared with death, the fate the Count has in store for him is hardly preferable.
Can you explain?
If this wretch Cagliostro has committed the nefarious deed I think he has, we need to find 3 objects belonging to Citoyen Brissot. They should be somewhere nearby. We have to find them at all costs. To do that, we will need to search the area with a fine-tooth comb.
And you're suggesting that we do it together?
I demand it, Citoyen. Time is of the essence, and I need your help.
Very well. I'll search the western part of the estate, you search the other side. When we finish looking, we'll meet in front of the cemetery church.
All right.
That's the spirit. Let's get started right away.
Okay, so we have our task. It's set right in front of us. We need to reassemble all the things that have Brissot's soul imprinted on them. And then we'll need to fight a Titan, I'm almost 100% sure of that. It would be weird for them to change the formula now. I guess not weird. I mean, it would be an unexpected twist, right? what you want DLC to do, but still, it would be to do anything else would be such a far cry from what they've expected that it wouldn't be funny. Okay, we appear to have reconnected. I don't know what happened there. I do apologize about that. It happened for like the briefest blip of a second. You guys may need to refresh your streams if you are still here for any reason. Okay, same deal as before, it looks like. Find a building, start leaping across from building to building to find something. That's what this basically looks like to me. Alright, before we continue onward, I do want to take just a second and shill a little bit further. So, if you guys already like this content or already following and you would like to see more content, you know, consider subscribing on Twitch, or you know, for you people on YouTube, you need to go on Coffee or Patreon for your extra content. I do have some, although I guess a subscription, I need to think about that for Twitch, because of the way I have things working currently. For those of you on Twitch, a tier 1 subscription is going to be your best way to help people, to help your favorite streamers. It's $6 a month, $5.99. You get 5 emotes just for subscribing here on Twitch. You get the ability to be processed at a higher rate on multiplayer queues. You get double currency generation. You get lots of stuff. There are so many sweet goodies, it's hard not to talk about them. If you're a tier 1 subscription. The tier 2 and tier 3 are thank me tiers, and you'll get 95% of all of those same benefits for a Prime subscription. You're using your Prime Gaming. Of course, none of that is required. Being here is enough for me, but every little bit helps. Subscriptions and stuff go toward the purchase of hardware or software or clearing out debt or, you know, something useful. There will always be useful things. And helping me live debt-free is, you know, at least partially useful. I guarantee it. Anyway, you being here is enough. Please know that. But subscribing on Twitch or, you know, checking out Coffee or Patreon and selecting one of those member packages is also, it will also very much be worth your while. Please consider it. I will do my best to make your hard-earned money well spent. You've got my word on that. Now, let's keep going, at least for the next 4-ish minutes, shall we? I like to do the shilling a little bit before we take a break, so that when we take a break, we can just take a break, you know? I don't have to draw it out like 5 minutes or something. see what we unlocked here first. Because we took a left and unlocked this door. That's blocked. Okay, we just unlocked the path back to the previous Vestal. I'm hoping we're gonna get a new one soon, though. Alright, let's actually start looking for these echoes. So far, so good. I'm glad we didn't find anything in the morgue. Never gonna find things anywhere else. Nice. Is that a shovel? It is. Oh, these things bury the dead, don't they? Cool. Now I know if they start doing that spinning attack where basically no one is safe, I just need to get in the air and try to attack that way. That's fine. That's completely and utterly fine. Boy, game, you really aren't giving me much of a choice with where I'm going, huh? Oh, come on. He didn't freeze. There we go. If there's a thing I can guess that the DLC will try to reinforce is that, hey buddy, there is aerial combat, you know, you should try to use it, you know. These weren't just a move set developed for boss fights. Nice. Wait, was there like a... No, I could have swore there was a grapple point that appeared on the screen, but... I guess not. Anything up this way? No, I think this is a pretty good spot to take a break. So I'm gonna look into that whole Hitler national emergency thing over the course of the break, and when we get back, I guess we can talk about that. You guys know the spiel. I take 5-minute breaks with 90 seconds of commercial ad time. For those of you on Twitch, thank you guys again so very much for hanging out with me. Please sit tight, enjoy your stretch break, or enjoy the commercial break. Take your pick. And with that, I will see you guys then. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me and sticking with me as we, continue our lovely venture through Steelrising and, the dark history of human dictators fantastically come to life. I looked it up. Whether or not Hitler declared a national emergency before becoming a dictator, he did. He convinced the president at the time to follow through with the Enabling Act of 1933, which allowed a German president the ability to essentially act like a dictator during times of national crisis. Or crises, excuse me, plural. Yeah, same thing's gonna happen here. This is the exact playbook Trump is pulling from. You don't say Hitler's a nice guy or great guy and not use this bloody playbook. History is literally repeating itself right now. The red sirens should be flashing, people. Leave. Flee. And if you can't leave or flee, well, do your best to sit tight, shut up, keep your nose down, and do what the dictatorship says. I'm in the weird position where I need to flee because I've just spoken out, and I can't. So expect me to be one of the ones carted off to a concentration camp, or actually in the modern era it would be a prison. Expect me to be a person carted off to prison in the near future. Still 2 months, but it ain't looking good, folks. History is quite literally repeating itself. And just as a warning, you know, I am not one of those channels that bans or bars political speech or talk of geopolitics. I'm not that kind of channel. If that bothers you on some deep level, please don't stick around. That's not a request to leave. That is, don't torture yourself by listening to content you don't want to engage with. That's all I'm saying. If someone were to say, I don't know, if someone were to pull an Asmongold, that's a very good example, and essentially referred to the Palestinian people as regressive. They're not. I need to make my stance clear, but I'm explaining. He posted and said he considers some views that they have, all in quotes, to be regressive. That is the kind of thing that gets you put on a government watch list. That is the kind of thing that will generally get the government to go looking after you. Don't mind me, I've got a peppermint in my mouth. So if you're gonna speak out, you gotta be prepared. And I am, as much as a reasonable human can be, for consequences regarding this. I can only hope that whatever resistance gets mounted in 2 months, 2 months' time is enough to get some of the American population started. And Canada, I'm looking at you. If you're a Canadian citizen, pay a critical eye to what is going on in the US. Because it's times like this where all it would take is some despot, and you could have an invasion on your borders. You could have someone going for a land grab. It would be Trump this time. I don't say this to scare you or alarm you or make a threat. I'm saying, given the man's intentions, that is not out of the question. And it would be exactly like the events that play out in the Fallout universe, where some emergency happens, the US feels it needs more manpower and more resources, and what is it going to do? It's going to muscle weaker nations that are right next door into either helping out, or if they can't stay out of the way, they'll annex land, they'll take over. Be prepared. That future could very well be one of the ones that plays out, and it would be awful. I don't want this. No American, no real honest American, let me put it that way. I don't know what 55% of the populace is thinking, but I know me and many others didn't ask for this, didn't want this, didn't vote for this, didn't have time for this. So call us stupid. As a nation, we surely deserve it. But just remember, there are definitely people that were trying to steer this ship in the right direction. like labeling the Russian people or the Israeli people or North Koreans. Their people are suffering. We are too. Everyone suffers under the rule of a dictator, and the only good dictator is a dead one. Let that be a lesson you can take to your grave, and it's something every American should say, is if this person's a dictator, they definitely deserve to be hung from the gallows and watched in the streets as their body is paraded to wherever they are going to be buried. Oh, he just went in a circle. Cool. Now, let's try to get out of... I'm going to try my best to get out of the mindset of politics for the foreseeable future. Just understand that I don't think it's reasonable to ask people not to talk about this stuff. I don't agree with the channels that are banning it, like banning any discussion of it outright. Would you ask a Ukrainian? Would you ask a Ukrainian to ban talk about their country being engaged in a literal war with Russia? Would you ask the Ethiopians not to talk about, or Tigrayan people, not to talk about their struggles in their own civil war? Would you ask an Israeli or a Palestinian to not talk about their side in a given conflict? Yeah, sure, you could say your channel isn't the place or whatever. You have that right. And if you make it clear that it's not the place for that sort of thing, cool. Mine is different. I'm not a reaction channel. I'm not Hassanabi or Hassan or whatever. I'm also not Moist Penguin either, or Moist Critical or Penguins. I'm not that man. I'm neither of them. But I still want this to be a place where people can share their sentiments. Maybe we can't have everyone all speaking on it at once, because you're eventually going to find it's like asking the Ku Klux Klan and Antifa to both show up at the same political demonstration and not want to eviscerate each other. You can't do that. But I do at the very least want people to be able to share their perspective. Just don't shit on people. That's all I really ask. Don't say, oh, these people are abominations. Don't say their people are inferior and regressive. Don't say these people deserve death. There are very few people in this world that actually deserve death, and that are the real mark of whatever evil is. Most human beings just simply make good and bad decisions, and the ones that are truly just irredeemable or are complete paragons, those are the sort of people that nature makes the mold once for and then breaks. Nature tends not to sculpt that type of person very often. Whether it's just by pure biological happenstance or cultural influence works its way into that person, and the culture is what determines whether or not they are a true exemplar. Exemplars among human beings are just not a very common thing. There's a reason the 80-20 rule gets a lot of traction, right? There's a reason people talk about those with lesser mental fortitude. And what philosophers and so many others really talk about when they say the 80-20 rule is that there aren't there are only but so many people with the scruples to say, I'm gonna resist whatever bad power comes my way and makes me do awful things. There are only so many people who have the amount of willpower required to do this. Everyone's capable of it in the moment, but who's capable of it in the long term? Not everyone. Surprisingly enough, humans are pliant creatures when it comes to pain. You inflict enough pain, you starve them enough, you brainwash them enough, and they'll do anything to escape. They'll do anything for some semblance of freedom. And if you starve a person long enough, you'll have them tap dancing and digging mass graves for you, all for the click-clack of a cracker on the ground. I'm not making it up. We actually have real history to back that up and confirm what I'm saying as the truth. And we're about to watch it again, worse this time. This game gives me a mood, man. That's all I've got to say. Steelrising really puts me in a mood. It's the subject matter of the game. I'll say it. If it were anything else, probably not. Even Skyrim, with like the Civil War and everything, that's not... It's structured differently. You could certainly point to some parallels, but you can't, how do I word this? You can point to some parallels, but it's not tied to our real world. There is sufficient disconnection. For some people, this game is not sufficient enough disconnection from reality, and I guess I'm one of those people. Obviously, I don't think what this game is demonstrating is the truth, but I've done my homework. I've done my research. I guess it's a side effect of having curated information for you guys to study in the form of my commands. You know, exclamation mark just exclamation mark French Revolution, or, you know, exclamation mark, I want to say it's Marie, or so many others. You become inured by the history. And you absorb its truths. That history. Oh, right, they can follow up with a second attack. At some point, I guess, we as human beings also lose the ability to disconnect ourselves from the real world. It is getting harder for me not to just think about that all the time, as certain things become true about what Trump says he will and won't do, and what means he will use to obtain it. It's harder not to think about the safety of my family, at least some of them. The others will be fine, because they'll go along with whatever is happening, but... And to think about my own safety as well. It is getting harder not to do that. Escapism is a double-edged sword, ladies and gentlemen, which is why I don't endorse it. I don't endorse it. You need to be rooted in the real world, or you're going to have bad things. When bad things start happening, you're going to be oblivious, and it'll be up to pure luck, whether or not you make it through at the end of the night. I fear to ask this because I don't think I have the right to ask it. I really don't. But does anyone else share similar worries to myself? I can imagine people in Ukraine must be very scared right now. Scared of us, the US, and not knowing whether we're going to be someone who has their back or we're going to sell them out to Russia. I could ask. I feel like with the Canadian people, we're always a coin flip away from whether or not someone is going to try to take their land again or attempt to tariff them into oblivion. And that's a very different fear compared to the fear I'm experiencing. But I want people to know that if they have those fears, that they're welcome here. And they're welcome to express those fears. And they don't have to hide. Because again, I think not grounding ourselves in reality is a mistake. And that's sort of exactly rid of this idiot. I need to just rapidly heal this up right now. Goodness. I'd like to get back to trying to find these memory echoes. We got more urgent problems. Well, more long-term problems. Or, no, more short-term problems to think about. Like actually saving a man from being tortured to death. That would be the ideal. I should heal up and not. I guess the DLC is doing a good job of, you know, teaching us that we should actually be dodging in the air sometimes. This is, believe it or not, probably one of the rare instances where I've had to use it. the mid-air dodge. I usually don't do that. Good on the DLC, making me a better player, as always. Okay, we'll go ahead and unlock this. Nothing through there. Nothing through there. Nothing through here either. And this is at least... no, it's kind of like the Louvre, where, you know, there was lots of lush greenery and everything. There are plenty of plants to go around, but it's a little bit different. It's not quite so clear. Although I guess the Louvre had some overcast to it. It's very strange. It looks samey, but it isn't. Yes, these guys. We saw them back at the Bastille. They're not that much different compared to, like, the rounder, more slender versions. These guys are just actual statues. They have, like, one or two other tricks, but it's nothing we haven't seen before by this point. This gate is locked. So we'll find yet another key, I'm sure. I'm sure Bristow will be just fine. The game would actually give me an Actually, this is spiders. Who am I kidding? Well, regardless, I still want supplies. And we might need a key anyway. A note to assistants. To assistants Gwaden and de Flandre. At the rate we are conducting our experiments, the pits will soon be full. However, we must continue our studies and process the materials that the king has been kind enough to give us. Please set up a process that will allow us to quickly and efficiently use up the logs that we still need to consume. A note addressed to Gwaden the assistant. As the dancer is no longer under our control, she must not under any circumstances come into the possession of the powerful weapons and equipment that de Flandre stole. As the traitor refuses to reveal what he did with them, I enjoin you to make him talk and authorize you to use any means necessary to do so. And we get a stained key. This key has only one peculiarity. It is stained with brownish spots from the head to the tip. On closer inspection, they are almost certainly traces of dried blood. What grim task could the person who last handled it have been in charge of? Probably burying bodies or killing people. It's one way in which to have dried blood on the key. And dried blood can be mistaken for rust if it's not cold enough. So this would be here, right? Yeah, there's the stained key. An ordinary looking key. This iron key shows little signs of wear. How can this be explained? Is it rarely used? Or simply new? Is it perhaps tied to the latest renovations of the former Hôpital St. Louis? The answer must be somewhere in this hospital turned prison. This is giving me SMT Nocturne vibes in specific. You know, the hospital the Shinjuku Medical Center that ended up being like the epicenter of the whole sphering of Tokyo or of Japan. So got the research. Yeah, so here's the guard room. And this is it here. This terminates right here. Alright, we can go up now. Definitely just wanted to make sure we got that. All this lore. Capital L lore. A letter to Joseph Balsamo, Ventimiglia. 28th of August, 1787. My dear Joseph, Lady Luck smiles upon you again, and your years of hard work are about to bear fruit at last. Do you realize how important this is? His Majesty himself recognizes your worth. You finally found your place at court after spending so long outside the palace gates. Oh, I know I shouldn't be happy, as the circumstances that led the king to call upon you are so cruel. God forgive me. I pray that through your care you'll be able to make the child healthy again. I have no doubt that you'll put all your energy into it. I'm very proud to be your friend, Elvire. Joseph had a good friend, did he? Ventimiglia, 4th of June, 1788. My dear Joseph, your last letter left me speechless. What confusion! What exactly did the king ask you? It sounds like he ordered you to turn away from medicine. What mysterious project did he urge you to undertake? How does he hope to improve his son's health? Please tell me more. Call me stupid if you like, but none of this makes sense to me. Your friend, Elvire. I guess when you don't have eyes on what your friends are doing, you know, some of the ghastly things they describe still don't really make sense, huh? Maybe we should start reading that armor, ladies and gentlemen. Memory echo. Second one.
That's quite enough. Ella! Can anyone hear me? Monsieur Terreau de Cron. Monsieur Lieutenant General. I've been waiting for hours. There is an urgent matter that I must discuss with you. Will anyone answer me? That's it. You will listen to me, whether it please you or not. Bon sang.
Ah, Monsieur Brisson. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Oui. What a fortunate coincidence.
A coincidence? Oh, no, I don't think so. Our friends at the Hotel de Massiac warned me that I would find you here.
Hotel de Massiac. I don't understand. What do you want from me?
Monsieur, please follow me. Don't make a scene.
No. No! I most absolutely will not. I order you to let me leave!
You order me? voyez-vous cela? You seize this wretch.
November 1788. My dear Joseph, what a resounding success. News about the marvel that you and Monsieur de Vaucanson presented to the king has reached us, even here in Ventimiglia. Will you tell me the secret of this violinist automaton that needs no key? How I long to see it, hear it. It won't be long now, as I will be arriving in Paris at the end of next month. After so many years, I will finally be able to take you into my arms. Your friend, Elvire. I don't think that's a good idea. It's a really bad idea. Exceptionally bad. And quantifiably awful. Okay. Yep. We just need to kind of go back to where we were, huh? Yep, this is happening. We got two people that are very resistant to what I'm doing. Got a third one? Alright. I froze that one somehow? Alright. Holy Lord, mercy. I mean, I'm thankful we had healing for all that. I'm doing my best. Oh my god. I'm doing my best not to let additionally depraved thoughts enter my mind. I've been doing a rather awful job of that, haven't I? People come here to escape. Like, use the internet to escape. I just think escapism is dead. And if it isn't, it's on its last legs. I think history is going to require us to stay wide awake with our eyes in the real world. Because if not, we will be eaten alive by it. Lever somewhere? No. No lever. Okay. Oh, hello. Machinery quarter, anyone? Okay, we got rid of that guy. You are not gonna... Oh my god. It's worse. Not only... So that's what they're capable of. I read about this online once or twice. Like, oh, the DLC has absolutely unforgivable enemies, and this is what they meant by that. These guys in particular, the electric ones. Oh, we gotta be careful. Nice. Let's get rid of the more dangerous one first. Intense. Which is what you want from a Souls-like game. Sometimes you do want the intense focus. If you don't ever have an ARPG test your limits on focus, I would say it is definitely the goal is to be relaxed or otherwise to do something else. ARPGs that are also Souls-like do at least want to, Nice. Excellent. I love stumbling. Oh look, it's the violinist and all his friends. Fights are kind of requiring all of my attention right now. Thankfully, the enemies can at least hit themselves. Yeah, that's one nice thing I'll say. Unlike other Souls-like games, the enemies don't hit the enemies do hit each other. They only know one order, and from like a flavor standpoint, I'll say it this way. From a flavor perspective, every single design decision they've made makes sense. Why Aegis's movements are a little bit stilted is because she's a clockwork automaton, and it's meant to reflect the Volkensan's own clockwork designs in our own world. A report about an experiment. These latest studies shed light on the phenomenon observed in my workshop in Versailles at the very moment when the valet Chabot murdered the two squires in the Grand Commune under the terrible conditions that we are all familiar with. It was not, as I had long believed, the victim's suffering that sent my measuring instruments into a panic, but the suddenness of their demise. It appears that the speed with which the soul is torn from the body and crosses the threshold between the two worlds. It is what determines the quantity of limbic fluid. Oh, so brain fluid. Really? Brain fluid. Okay. Interesting. So we know about the limbic system, but I would, I'll need to look into that again. Maybe it's just referring to that part of the brain, because the limbic system in the brain does have regions of the brain where its function overlaps with which parts of the brain are actually active. So, like, it makes sense that they're talking about limbic fluid. The limbic system, for those who don't know, refers to the portion of the brain that is responsible for human emotion, happiness, sadness, fear, so on. I forget if it's a regulator or just strictly responsible for some of the chemical outputs, but you can definitely measure all the emotions and how intense those emotions are by just having a serum workup done. So it makes sense that limbic fluid that contains, I'd say, traces of dopamine or endorphin can be a sign of either happiness or, you know, something masking, not something masking, what am I trying to say? Or, you know, someone has given someone a drug that sort of turns them into a vegetable. That's like it's like, those are the two things I think of. Either people are naturally happy and therefore those neurochemicals are present, or something else is creating an abnormal amount of the chemical and the person is not normal. I need to get out of there, because that is causing a frame drop. I think the automatons found her. Oh, so these are like, you know, halberd or polearm fighters, which makes some amount of sense. Anyone else? Alright, we got a little thinking room then. There is one thing I will say about this area is it's very enemy dense, and it can be hard to get a moment to think in peace when you just happen to be moving from fight to fight in an area. A report from Gwaden, the assistant. Master, the work with which I have been entrusted confirms the unpredictable nature of the effects of the Prussian blue that Monsieur Berthollet has given us. I was unable to determine a dosage that would ensure that the subject remained between the two states. In the end, there were no patients that survived the experiment. If only the king had given us time to conduct this research before the said incident of the Royal Orpheus. As far as we know, the Tetraodon Ocellatus Linnaeus extracts will solve the matter. According to these statements, I have gathered, the subjects who are given it do not die, but they don't show any signs of life either. This means that the undead of Saint-Domingue are no legend. De Flandre will soon be back from Le Havre, where the captain of the Alcide will have discreetly given him what we need, your assistant. I mean, Prussian blue is a fatal, like, toxin. Imagine the same Prussian blue in blueprint paper. And in, like, paint. When ingested, as it turns out, is fairly deadly. Is what we're talking about here. The game is definitely stretching some facts to make everything fit today. We still have 800 capsules, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take another moment to... Hello. Oh, this one's empty. Cool. I do want to make sure I remind people that I am ever thankful for their presence here on this channel. And I realize I talk about some unsavory things here. I really do. I'm not like most channels that are doing what I'm doing. You know, gameplay channels. I'm not like them. I get that. But I'd like to think that's part of my appeal. The people that do come here, that do watch, don't mind those depths, those trips into darkness. Because without knowing darkness, you cannot know what light is. Without sadness, pain, and suffering, you cannot know what happiness is. You cannot know what emotions you have. You can feel them. But feeling is not knowing. Those are two different things. My waxing into poetic aside, I'd like to think that my appeal is not so much the sometimes apropos vocabulary or, you know, my choice in game or my skill at the game. It's my willingness to be real with you, with all of you, and to make known my emotions and to not engage in meta-level bullcrap either. If I'm feeling something, I'm not going to pretend to tap dance around it, unless I know it's just good for the system to do so. And by that I mean, if it's gonna get me in trouble, and not just, oh, a slap on the wrist, but, you know, legal trouble, then of course I'm not gonna talk about it. Pending legal trouble's a different story. The whole thing with, you know, President Orange's empire or whatever that's pending trouble. That's trouble that is not guaranteed yet. And besides, I'm not gonna let a dictator and a tyrant take away the power of speech. That's not happening. I'll flee, I will flee before that happens. But, long story short, yes, I do want to thank people. I'd like to think one of my appeals is that I'm real with you. I'm not stuck in meta land where I'm not afraid to use the words like suicide to describe what is actually happening. I think that's foul. I think that needing to say the words like unalive, to unalive yourself when talking about the delicate topic of suicide is foul. It's wrong. It reeks of censorship purely to make money. And the only moral scruple that changing the word does is to continue to make money while talking about the delicate subject. That's all it does. But I guess I wouldn't know because I've never had a sponsor before. So maybe that's like a condition of being a sponsor, that your subjects stay on course and they do not talk about certain things. I get it. Do what you gotta do to live. Fight to survive and all that. I feel like I'm being led up to a boss. So if we need to meet in front of the church, everywhere else should be fair game, right? The game might make me go to the church, now I think on it. Oh, and that wears off incredibly fast. Usually foes that spit out fire don't have an ice resistance like that. But I guess the game has proven me wrong today. Like, it is the DLC. That does make some sense. What do you know? Yeah, this definitely looks less like meeting in front of a church and more like gearing up for a boss. Nice. This game just, makes you feel things. At least it does for me. Then again, I guess something about me that maybe people don't know too well is that I'm a thinking man. I really am a thinker. I know, everyone thinks, but I mean, I'm a philosopher at heart. I'm always thinking about this type of stuff. You know, the grand meaning behind everything. Is there a grand meaning behind everything? Or is life just whimsical and random and determined by randomnumbercruncher.net? You know, some algorithm that we're designed not to ever know of. So what? We went over here, came down. Oh, let's see what this is then. This might be optional. I'm not always a logician. I don't always think in terms of logic. I had my very own sibling sort of described it to me this way. There's a reason that someone who thinks purely on logic and a person like myself might not necessarily get along. We might eventually reach a similar conclusion, but the methods we take to get there and the things we consider are entirely different. I would say being a logician cuts out the BS, right? Because it doesn't entertain what-ifs or flights of fancy. It doesn't, if the intrigue being posed to you doesn't have any evidence, to support it, it's dismissed as such. I'm more willing, I guess, to maybe entertain the possibility of smoke. I would rather go check out smoke and know that it is a false alarm than to, you know, say, what are the odds that there's fire, right? What are the odds? Yeah, you thought you were gonna have an opportunity to get me in between shots, huh? We are starting to dip like 100 capsules below where we were. I do want to be a little bit careful. That said, this is DLC. There could be major stuff involved with it. I'm going to just keep an eye on things. Ooh, diet claws. A unique item in Aegis' arsenal. These fighting claws are able to harness chthonic energy through some obscure alchemical process. What's the special move? Shockwave. This special move siphons and concentrates telluric power in order to release it on the enemy in the form of a powerful shockwave. These are pure agility weapons, baby. Then I'm not really interested in them. Uh-oh.
Your bracelet was very useful, mon ami. The miracle didn't last long. Please get me out of
this tent. Okay, the game is not liking whatever the unstable gravedigger is doing.
give thanks for your ardor, mysterious Galatea. Once again, you have saved my skin. By the way, you were only half right. Your miraculous bracelet quickly lost its effect. I thought my time had come. Balsam. I didn't know I could run that fast.
Let's get back to the matter at hand, please. Did you find anything?
Ah oui, bien sûr. Here, this pocket knife belongs to Citoyen Brisson.
Believe me, you won't be in Versailles much longer, Anne Joseph. I'd wager good money that the Estates General will come to nothing.
As long as the king refuses to hear the people's grievances, the Third Estate will be intransigent.
That is precisely what worries me. What if the only way out is through a confrontation?
The members of the Third Estate are not warmongers. They will not fire the first shot.
Sept. But what about the king? There are already rumors that he is on the move. His armies are said to be on the warpath, ready to sound the alarm for a new St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. Anyone who dares to challenge the royal decree would be in danger.
Alors, what are you afraid of, Pierre? Won't I always be here to protect you?
Of course, Madame Amazon. But of course.
This is a valuable find.
Will you finally tell me what this treasure hunt is all about?
We will discuss it later. For now, run for cover, and do not come out until the danger has passed.
What, did you think I was planning to wait around out in the open?
Confront the Titan in the central courtyard. Of course there would be a Titan. I'm gonna take a quick peek. Just a quick one. And then we're gonna take our last break for the stream. So this brings us out here. Not that we need this shortcut, but it's good to have it. Nice. The shortcuts in this game serve to make future traversal easier. Not so much. They're not so much designed to make traversal that you currently have to do easier. What about this one? Anything over here? No? Alright. So there's certain conventions in Soulsborne games that are followed. One of which is that when you get a shortcut, it's immediately beneficial to you. This sort of breaks those conventions, not directly. Like, the shortcuts you get do help you back to the beginning, but you can just take a carriage token and get back to the beginning, right? It isn't so readily apparent what the shortcut is used for. Unlike in other Soulsborne, Souls-like type games, where you only have one way to get back anywhere, and that is through painstakingly walking back. The warping convention was something that didn't really start until, Dark Souls made it a thing. And more specifically, the original Dark Souls, and I guess Demon Souls 2 to make sure I know where the origin is, they did let you warp around. There were shortcuts, but they had a cost. They never let you quickly get back somewhere. It was always either protracted, or if it was quick, you lost whatever currency you were carrying, just straight up. This game breaks that convention in spades. Whether that is a good or bad thing, I would have a lot of great difficulty in trying to discuss that. I've bumped up agility by 2 points. We're gonna start bumping some main stats around. Okay. You guys know the spiel by this point. I usually don't bother to... I tell people there's an ad break. Usually. I even try not to do that sometimes. And I can see my tie peeking under the collar there. I'll fix it while I'm on break. First, I'll thank everybody so much for hanging around. I really do appreciate it. I'm very sorry for the demure and often disenfranchising subject matter today. I really, truly am. That's about as much as I'm going to say about that for now. You guys know the spiel at this point. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ads. Feel free to get up and stretch, or sit through them. I always appreciate that, but I would recommend getting up and stretching. And with that, I will see you guys after the intermission. Thank you so much. Thank you again. See you then. I am sorry about that. I got caught up in logistical discussions. I don't even know how long I've been away. It had to have been more than 10 minutes. I'm so sorry. Extremely sorry. Thanks to everybody who sat through that, of course. Let's get back into it. Just trying to make these last 40 minutes count, eh? Surely what we have to do now is fight a Titan, right? Speaking of... let's make sure we read the book, too, because we lose access to these. Oh, do we lose access to these? Yeah, it looks like we do. Okay. The copy of Memoire en faveur de Jean de couleur en sang-mêlé de Saint-Domingue. Or the Memorandum for the People of Color or Mixed Blood of Saint-Domingue. Or Domingue? Saint-Domingue. What would be the English equivalent of this? It's not like Montague, where it's kind of obvious once you think about it. I'll have to look into this. Oh, it's a book written by who else but the abbot Henry Gregory, or Henry Gregoire. Gregoire. I always have a hard time with French. Excuse me. On the title page is the following handwritten inscription: to the battles of my dear friend Brissot H.G. Then further down, written in another hand, the word Cordelier Convent. And the pocket knife. This small knife with a folding blade belongs to citizen Brissot. When Aegis took possession of it, she had a vision of him strolling around Versailles in the company of Miss Maricourt in the final days of the Estates General. He was voicing his fears about the king's reaction to the Third Estate's resolve. Ah, watching to see what the tyrant will do. And the tyrant did, in fact, unfurl his flag and fly his colors. Which will be exactly what Tyrant Orange will do when he gets in the U.S. Oval Office on the 21st. These guys are not very easy to fight, but I guess it's to be expected. It's the DLC after all. It is considered to be harder material just right out of the gate. Okay, anything at all. I don't know, the camera was doing a funky thing there. Let's not. Oh, but I know fighting the Titan can't be the end of everything, because there's still spots we haven't uncovered yet in this place alone. There's like a crypt or mausoleum type area that is still under lock and key. There are also a couple of padded red locks that have yet to be nice. That have yet to be opened. That's what I was trying to say. mandatory roadblocks. Let's effing go. This is also kind of looking vaguely familiar too. You guys will recall the Montmartre Quarry. This exactly like shares some of the assets. Wouldn't you know it? The only way we're ever resolving anything is deep, deep, deep underground. If only we could bury all the world's problems there, but then we would just be sitting on top of a festering pile. Nah, you need to resolve problems. Don't, you know, bury them where no one will see. Expose them, so they may be solved. It's the only way to live. Can't live by continual escapism, which is just the modern day putting things off until later. Even if you intend to go back and solve the problem later, if you have to table it to deal with a more pressing issue and just never get back, it's the same as having... It has the same effect as having chosen to shelve that problem on purpose without going back to solve it. You need action, and you gotta be able to take that action eventually. One final trip through the quarry, huh? Where we need to go is that way, so let's go the other way first. It is nice to have some weaker enemies in here. Oh, we're here in the crypt, huh? Alright. Yeah, really, it's just the brand new, unique to DLC enemies that I'm having a little bit of a hard time fighting. Just a little bit. Not used to the moveset or what have you. Oh, you know what? I'm willing to bet that the crypt, like getting into the crypt, that the place we saw outside is just a shortcut. Yeah, look. We're right back out here outside. Very well. It looks like just about everywhere that gets back to the main hub is serving as a shortcut. It's fine. Although there's no real need. Really, if you've got the carriage tokens and the path is like straightforward, there's not much need for shortcuts. And there's no real reason to have them. Now the auto-revive has essentially been completed. Now I can get rid of them. Neat. Alright, and we've made a complete circle. Cool. I mean, at least the complete circle has the function of telling you where you are on said circle. So now let's get out of that circle and go back to the cart tunnel. Works for me. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the gameplay. My commentary can be a cup of tea, but even if you just have the tab muted and you're watching me play, you can at least enjoy that. I know I can be insufferable at points. Whether it's my politics, personality, or something else altogether, I'm aware that I can be a acquired taste. I mean, I guess you wouldn't be watching a streamer for an acquired taste, right? It's like saying I hate Tyrannicon, but I watch his content anyway. Like, who says that? You know what? I guess here's something that, you know, Zoomers or young people can tell me. Do you guys hate watch something? Do you guys like, I dislike the content so much, I just have to watch to complain about it. I mean, I know the concept exists, I know it's real, but I'm wondering if there's anyone who can give me a more... I'm hoping there's someone who can give me more personal insight into that. Like, are you a hate watcher? It's okay if you are. I'm not here to begrudge you for a hate watch. I don't know your reasons for it. All I can say is, you do it or don't, and ask why. I know I wouldn't waste my energy hate watching something or hate listening to anything. I love myself too much not to not do that. Sorry, that sentence isn't worded right. I love myself enough to not torture myself so with content I clearly actively dislike. Oh, and cutscene. Hate that.
You've come just in time, my diabolical dancer.
Not one move, villain!
Oh, so now you presume to command your master?
Only my conscience commands me, wretch.
Oh, voyez-vous cela? It was certainly a mistake to bind you to the anima of an uncontrollable degenerate. A blunder that I intend to rectify imminently.
Ella! Not another move, I said!
Awaken to your new glorious being, Brusseau, and heed only the sound of my voice. Get rid of this nuisance once and for all!
Yet another chariot or centaur type enemy. The scribe. Nice.
You're done for, dancer.
Alright, let's go to town. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should have frozen and then immediately popped it. Ah, the scribe lights his ink on fire, of course. You're making my screen a little difficult to see. I'm coming after you now, Cagliostro. Never mind.
Sorry. Hear your voice, Monsieur le Comte. Only your voice. Obey. I must obey. The dancer. Kill the dancer. Nom de chien. Aled! They're going to kill me!
It's all right. No one here wants to hurt you, Citoyen Brissot.
Citoyenne Terragne, please, help me.
Do not fear. She's right here.
Would one of you be so kind as to tell me what on earth is going on?
Don't be afraid, Pierre. We'll explain everything as soon as we're on our way.
Yes, you're right. Let's hurry to the Cordelier. Abbe Gregoire promised we would be safe there.
I can attest to that, Citoyen. The walls are impenetrable, and you will be in excellent company.
Will you come with us, Aegis?
Yes, let's go. We've spent too long in this gruesome place.
Of course I would accompany them. Why would I leave them to be picked up by another automaton and just put back into more automatons, more titans? That's stupid. Okay. There's something of a happy ending in all this darkness. And provided there's not a side quest, we may even be able to, I don't know, go to Versailles. Actually, Versailles might need to be its own episode, if I'm being quite honest. Just because I don't want to stop at media res. I want Versailles to kind of be its own experience. I may eat egg for doing that, but I think from a storytelling perspective, having Versailles in its own stream would just be ideal. Whereas this is all wrap up before we go to Versailles. So, I want to remind people that my schedule has not changed. I do need to adjust it on Twitch. That is something I forgot to do. I'll do it after today's stream. Otherwise, people will be thinking I'm going live in 2 hours. I'm not. This is the new schedule for however long my dear guest will be in the house. And I have no idea when she will be moving out. And it is everyone's job here at this house to make it a comfortable stay or get the hell out of the way. One of those two things. I like that we can have nice long staring matches like this.
Dieu soit loué. Our dear Brissot.
Pierre, you're safe and sound.
Mes amis, I was nearly lost. The Comte de Cagliostro was intending to add me to his tally. I owe my life to these two guardian angels.
No, Pierre. It's Aegis we should be lauding, and Aegis alone.
Please, stop. It's an unnecessary waste of all too precious time.
But I insist. Were it not for her, I would be lying in a potter's field at the Hôpital Saint-Louis. And as for you, my friend, you would still be imprisoned in that dreadful box.
Oh, I see.
How did you both fall into the Count's clutches?
My impetuous anger caused this unfortunate adventure. When I heard they'd been rounding up black people in Paris, my blood boiled. I rushed to the Châtelet to demand an explanation from Monsieur Thiroux de Crogne.
The Lieutenant General de Police? You went to see him without taking anyone with you?
No, of course not. I asked Mademoiselle Terouanne to act as my bodyguard.
I was to stay at a distance and help him if needed.
But it was all in vain. I was waiting to be received when all of a sudden, I was seized and thrown into an armored carriage.
A carriage that I discreetly followed to the Hôpital Saint-Louis, where Pierre was imprisoned. I immediately returned to Saint-André-des-Arts in search of help, but it was to no avail. I left a message on my door and went to the hospital, where my attempt to free Pierre quickly met with disaster. If Aegis hadn't answered my call, we would have been done for.
Bless you, ma chère. This time you haven't just freed an innocent man. You have also saved our cause. Thanks to you, there is still hope, and the fight continues.
Is that every side quest? I need to see this. Alright, hang on. We need to read this before continuing. Let's see. She found her in a cell in the old hospital, which had been turned into a prison. You're too late, pretty puppet. Oh, wait, I'm reading dialogue. Let's not do that. While searching for the key to the cell, Aegis found a bracelet with her own name engraved on it. The Bishop of Nancy's words came back to her. A shield. There was no doubt this was the artifact designed to protect its wearer from the royal automats. Aegis freed... I still don't know how to say this name. It feels like Teresa. Like, that's the English equivalent, but I know that's not right. Although, then again, Guillaume is the French equivalent for the Germanic name William, so... stranger things have been said, I'm sure. And gave her the bracelet. Citizen Brissot's time was running out, and they would have to work together to free him from Cagliostro's clutches. Aegis set off, venturing into the center of the hospital. There she found irrefutable proof of the barbaric crimes committed in the name of the king by the dastardly Cagliostro. When she got to the churchyard, Aegis found her fighting with a royal automat. Aegis defeated the machine that had entrapped Citizen Brissot's spirit, but the Count of Cagliostro managed to escape in the heat of this fierce battle. After Pierre Brissot and the lovely lady left for the Cordelier convent, Aegis continued her adventure. I think before we continue more adventures, we should talk to everyone here first. Let's start with you, Gregoire.
Can I help you, Aegis?
I hope so, Abbot. Our salvation is at stake.
I'm listening.
I found this on Citoyen Terragne's door.
Terragne?
Pierre Brissot was taken to the Hôpital Saint-Louis.
Why?
Who knows? No one knows what's been going on there since the king closed it 2 years ago.
After 2 centuries of use, the hospital buildings were in danger of collapsing, and the overcrowded, unsanitary cemeteries all around it were hardly conducive to curing the sick. Not to mention the nearby Montfaucon gallows, where the king could very well make hanged men dance once again.
Has he turned the hospital into a prison?
It's possible. He's lost count of his enemies, but he can't kill everyone, can he?
I'm afraid he has no other purpose, Abbot. He has declared war on the entire human race. I found this on...
Par tous les saints. Pierre Brissot was...
Why?
Who knows?
After and the
Oh my
it's
God.
possible.
I'm afraid he has to. Goodbye, and may live.
So, if you talk to these gents before going to the hospital, they'll tell you should go to the hospital. Wow.
Monseigneur.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Goodbye,
How about you, Julian? You got anything to say to me?
Citoyen Raymond.
Can I help you, Aegis?
Goodbye.
Nope. Only dear old Gregory over there has something to say so far.
Citoyen B.
Ah, mademoiselle. Well, what news?
Good.
Ah, God, what a waste.
Citoyen Lavoisier.
What can I do for you, Aegis?
Just look at the extent of the Count's madness. This document describes how to make an object that is supposed to protect its user from the royal automats.
This is quite literally unbelievable. He claims that the soul of a dead person is imprisoned in it. None of this has any scientific basis.
And yet, I have seen this object fulfill its role perfectly, even though its effect was short-lived.
C'est impossible.
Impossible, you say? Come, my dear Antoine, we can't simply deny that which we cannot explain. When all this is over, I fear we will need to re-examine our certainties in the light of, well, everything.
Goodbye, Citoyen Lavoisier.
All right, what about you? What do you have to say?
Citoyen Robespierre.
Madame.
Cagliostro kept this ledger where he wrote down some familiar names, including yours, Citoyen Brissot, and Citoyen Robespierre.
What does this mean?
These are the names of the men the tyrant deems to be his worst enemies. Those he decided to turn into machines.
Diable. So, my fate was sealed. I threw myself headlong into the lion's den.
But Aegis, how do you explain that my name appears on this list, even though I did not suffer the torment the king had planned for me?
I don't know, Citoyen Robespierre.
I'm not the only one, either. See for yourself. Monsieur de Mirabeau, the Marquis de Lafayette, Abbé Grégoire.
It's easy to explain, mes amis. You hold in your hands the proof that I was looking for.
What do you mean, mon père?
Monsieur de Robespierre, did Cagliostro come to see you in the past few days?
This brute did ask for an audience with me when I was in Versailles, but I refused to see him outright.
Good for you. I did the same when he asked to speak to me face to face. What about you, Monsieur Brissot?
Until today, I had never met the monster.
And I'd be willing to bet you don't remember a thing about it.
What? What are you saying, mon père? Have you lost your wits?
No, quite the contrary. I'm convinced that Cagliostro met each person whose souls he has bound to his machines.
Convinced? Your argument is a bit weak. Why not question his other victims here?
I have. And just as I thought, not one of them remembered having met him.
This makes no sense at all.
Wait just a moment, Maximilien. You'll soon understand. Using a number of ruses, Cagliostro recently spoke to each person whose name is on this list. When he met with his victims, he used an arcane science developed by Monsieur Mesmer, which he now seems to have mastered far better than his mentor. Suggestion.
What is it?
I wouldn't go so far as to call it black magic, but it is a way to weaken and shape a subject's mind in order to make them obey blindly, using only the power of the spoken word. After the victim's will is broken by means of some drug, you can make them do anything. Forget an event, for example, which explains your amnesia, Monsieur Brissot, or follow the most heinous orders, such as murder. Do you understand now how the Count commands his death machines?
Yes. Cagliostro's power of suggestion made me his slave. My spirit animated the automat, but it would only obey that monster's voice.
Precisely, Monsieur Brissot. That's right.
The king turns his enemies into his pawns and forces them to serve his evil purposes.
Quite right, Aegis. Look at what's written next to the names. Bishop, Rook, Knight. If you add the king and queen, then the pawns, which are the minor automats.
To the tyrant, this war is but a macabre game of chess.
Does he not know that he has already lost his queen? Without her, there's no hope of winning. Citoyen, we must work now to prepare the final blow that will ensure his defeat. Goodbye, Citoyen, and death to the...
Ah! Oh, gentlemen, I love that the game actually has these conversations take place in the game, but there was no reason for them to move. That could have been a cutscene.
Citoyen Mirabeau. Goodbye.
Before I speak to either of you, alright, what do you have to say, you honey badger?
General Lafayette.
Do you need help, Aegis?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, warmonger. I don't know which one to speak to first.
Your audacity inspires respect, Citoyen Torania.
Taranya?
There isn't a man in this assembly who measures up to you. But please be more careful. Something terrible could happen if you rush headlong into the fray.
I care not about my fate, Aegis. I wouldn't hesitate a second to sacrifice my life to save the nation.
Some people fault you for not acting like a woman. It seems they'd rather see you performing domestic tasks in service of a husband.
A citoyenne owes her life to her country, not to some man who sees her as nothing more than an obedient servant. It is time for us women to break our chains, to do away with the ignorance, arrogance, and injustice that keep us in thrall. I, for one, want the honor of dying for freedom, and to show these backward, prejudiced boors that we are not inferior to them, whether in virtue or in bravery.
You certainly gave a brilliant demonstration of your argument earlier. I've heard you're eager to take up arms against the tyrant.
It's true. I've been itching to fight for such a long time. You had to be completely naive for the king's treachery to take you by surprise. My dream is to found a female cavalry squadron dedicated to defending our nation. The phalanx of the Amazons of Liberty. I went to Versailles as soon as the Estates General opened to get support from the people's representatives.
You must have had to endure a lot of... resistance.
Oh, you can't even imagine. Only a few enlightened minds were willing to listen to me. The first among them was my dear friend Brissot. But it turns out that the Third Estate representatives are no more enlightened than the aristocrats. The inferior status they grant to women is an unjustifiable iniquity. The equality that they preach will remain nothing but a hollow wish, as long as les Français are not free to carry a sword and smite their enemies.
Au plaisir, citoyenne.
All right, well, hot damn, call me impressed. I have to know what this name means in English, like what the equivalent for this is. I'm too enthralled. I need to know, but that can happen off screen. For now, let's talk to the man that should probably be talked to more. Jacques-Pierre Brissot, and I butchered that for comedic effect. Enjoy, Frenchman, enjoy.
Citoyen Brissot.
Cher Aegis, I am forever in your debt.
You are one of those who are curious about Madame Théoine's plans, aren't you?
Oh, of course. Women are no less capable of fighting than we are. The only thing that matters is one's love for one's country and the yearning for sacrifice. There are many who mock Anne-Joseph today, but they won't be laughing so loudly when they see her leading the charge of her Amazons.
Hot damn, call me impressed. God, what's the VA's name again? I need to look it up. Oh, it's Anthony Howell, isn't it? It's Anthony Howell. Hang on. I'm quite sure that's the name, but I need to Google it for absolute certainty. Yep, Anthony Howell. How could I have forgotten? No, I can't even think of the quote. Hang on. There's a quote. I'm trying to pull it out of my ass here, but... Lay thy foolish ambitions to rest. Or something along those lines. That's a very bad impression, but it wasn't designed to be an impression. It was just designed to... He's a Niv! A Niv! Purged! Purged! A Niv. Watch your words. Thank you for the hype emotes. And I believe you're also telling me that you're lurking through those. Fine by me. Enjoy your lurk, my good sir. Enjoy. Now, fight for slavery, or against slavery, excuse me.
This time your cause nearly cost you your life.
I knew the enemies of our societe would do anything to hold on to their privileges, but this... I admit that I could never have imagined this. But I would have gladly sacrificed myself for our dream. There is no worse poison than prejudice based on one's color. It is the harbinger of death and despair. No honest man can tolerate such an injustice.
Okay. Thank you, MCG519. Thank you so very much for your 50 bits. Thank you for that jolt of encouragement. And I do know you stream, so I'm going to give a proper shout out. Also, enjoy your bit badge. You should be wearing a bit badge now. There we go. It failed to send the first time, apparently. No problem, dude. Hope the day's been going good. It's been going well enough. Thank you for asking. And I hope yours has been going well in turn. I wasn't sure whether to reply or not if you used a lurking emote, so I kind of waited for you to say something. I hope that didn't rub you too coarse, so to speak. Just hanging out and watching while you work on some things here? No problem. No problem. Hopefully you enjoyed what you have seen, though admittedly what you have seen has most likely been dialogue. Most likely. I think that covers everything. Let's see, if we go back and look at the map of Paris. Yeah, we only have the main quest to complete. That's it. Wow. I think this is an excellent place to leave off. I'm sorry that I couldn't be the bearer of more additional entertainment. I suppose we can kind of like wrap things up while we wait. First, YouTube, I want to go ahead and tell you that you're good here. I don't have anything else for you if you're on YouTube. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. That's just easy. And for those of you on YouTube, farewell. I'll see you on Wednesday. When I next stream, and hopefully I will be back into my rhythm and, you know, not in depressive episodes. Again, I'm sorry for all the dour talk, but like I've said before, I am not a person who hides behind algorithm metagames. I'm not going to be a person that shies away from darker conversation as long as it remains respectable and reasonable to do so. But yeah, hopefully I will see you guys on Wednesday for those of you on YouTube. Everything you need to know is in the description. Make sure you check the video description, because this will be a VOD afterwards. And for those of you on Twitch, I do have a YouTube, youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. That's where these live streams go. I stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I'm multi-streaming, so if you want to see the entirety of the VOD, you know, feel free to check it out on YouTube. I also have the panel for that below the stream in the About Me section. Feel free to check that out. Otherwise, I'm now going to turn it to the Twitch wrap-up, and we'll go from there. But anyway, for you guys on YouTube, see you later. Now, for those of you on Twitch, generally what my protocol has been is to shout people out 2 times and then leave. However, I have a better plan. And that better plan, since we have people here, I'm gonna go raid a good Twitch associate of mine. His name is MonkeyFunk4D. Give him a shout out real quick. They're doing Minecraft right now. So needless to say, it's a very different game. It's an extremely different game, to be sure. But I rarely raid, and I have a good opportunity to raid today. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna be in command on this one today. Maybe later there might be some kind of benefit for you know, voting on raids. But today, I'm going to take an administrative action, and I'll think about that later. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really greatly appreciate it. I look forward to bringing the first new game of Steelrising to a close so that we can do the second new game. Thank you so much, Devious, for coming in right at the end of stream. I don't know why the text is doing what it's doing. I'm going to give you a quick shout out. Hopefully you and your party are doing well. You have just come in when I'm about to raid someone else. But hopefully your stream went well. Six hours. Nice. Nice. Maybe we could continue more of that there's always DMs, but I'm gonna go ahead and put up the raid command, and we can talk for just a second while that's going on. If you guys want to stick around for the raid, by all means. If not, and this is where we part ways, that's totally fine by me. For you guys on Twitch and anyone who stuck around on YouTube, thank you so much. I will be back Wednesday. I'm gonna go to the store, friend. Catch you later. Very well. Yeah, do stay safe. On your trip to and from the store. No problem. But yeah. I will see you guys around. Thank you for hanging. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You know, unless stuff comes up. And I sometimes stream on weekends. And I also do other content as well. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid. So long, ciao.